Are we in a practice session? Are we regular session? Because we might have people who join.
They don't care who you are.
Cause they're gonna be sitting there waiting to try to get on. Like, I need to do that. That's on the YouTubes.
You ready?
To help? Sarah, you good?
Give me like 30 seconds.
Perfect. Welcome, everyone, to the March 12th Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. Sarah, please confirm that city staff and the court reporter are ready to begin and explain the rules and procedures for this meeting.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to begin by describing the procedure for this hybrid meeting. For everyone who is joining us online, there are two categories of people participating in the Zoom meeting. There are attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the board members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak on the case. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept the promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone number, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you must turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. For everyone who is joining us in person, please approach the microphone on the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. Applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Everyone planning to testify must sign in on the sign-in sheet on the podium. If you are here in person, there is no need for you to join the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, in person and virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Please provide your full name and address when you are sworn in. Applicants receive 15 minutes for their presentation. We ask that everyone speak clearly and closely into the microphone. You may hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and they need to be emailed if they are admitted to the assigned planner for the case. The chat box online is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. The Board of Zoning Adjustment typically takes breaks during the day. These breaks may typically happen at around lunchtime and around 3 o'clock if our meeting lasts past 2. Those are all of our procedures.
Thank you. Before we start to review cases, I would like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. If you are online, please turn on your camera and microphone. Is everybody in person here today?
I believe that everybody is in person today.
Please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Sarah Copeland, I do.
James Duddy, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Thank you. Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify any continuances and or dismissals.
We have one dismissal today. Let me check and make sure that's the only one. Docket item number 2, this case CD BZA 2025-10, a request to approve a variance to the setbacks and height of a residential structure in an infill residential area zoned R 2.5, plus any other variances on about 0.153 acres, generally located at 4401 Mersington Avenue. We request the board dismiss this case.
And is there any public testimony for this dismissal? Anybody that's raised their hand in the virtual audience or present here in person?
There are no hands raised online.
Board, take a motion about this dismissal.
In docket number 2, case number
10, I move that we dismiss this case.
Second.
Motion and a second. Sarah, please call the roll.
Ebbets, or I'm sorry, Lawrence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye. That case has been dismissed. And Sarah already stated this, but just a reminder, there will be time limits for applicant presentations and public testimony. I encourage you to be concise in your statement so we can hear your full testimony in the time allotted and move efficiently through our docket. With that in mind, Sarah, do you want to call the next case?
Docket item number 1 is case CD BZA 2025-9, a request to approve a variance to the location of a detached garage plus any other additional variances on about 0.47 acres generally located at 3938 Olive Street. The staff planner for this case is Connor Tomlin. We have our applicant here. If you are a member of the public interested in speaking on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the podium on the microphone to be sworn in. I'm going to promote John to panelist.
Connor.
You can pull that mic down.
Okay, so we have John online. John, if you could please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but you can't see me yet?
No.
All right, give me a moment. So I am having a problem with the timer app that's to share, just so you know. I'm not sure. This is my first time with Zoom. I just enabled the privacy settings, or disabled them in the Windows.
We will just proceed. We are
Okay.
going to trust that when I ask you to raise your right hand, that you are in fact the person that you say you are and that your hand is raised. So I'm going to applicant, raise your right hand as well. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? If
Yes,
so, please
I do.
state, I do, and then your name and address for the court reporter.
Name is Hugh Turner. Address is 3938 Olive Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64132.
That's all. Thank you. And John, can you please state if I do and state your full name and address for the court reporter?
I do. My name is John Heisey. My address is 3943 Park Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64130.
And are you in support, opposition, or part of this applicant team?
I'm in support of Hughes building.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Turner, have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
No, ma'am.
It is, Connor, do you want to share what that information would be?
Yeah, so all it outlines is what the request is, what the zoning requirements are, so the board is aware of everything that's being brought to them today.
Okay.
So it's, the code, our rules and regulations, the information the city staff prepared in their report. Do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 9 of that report today for us to review?
No, you can admit everything.
Perfect. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. We already have public testimony, so we'll turn over to the staff planner to present the case.
All right, today we have docket number 1, CD BZA 2025-00009, 3938 Olive Street. This is an R2.5 district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the location of a detached garage in a residential infill area to permit a garage in the street side yard. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan for the building. These are the elevations for the building. These are images from a compliance inspection back in, I believe it was dated in August. These are just some additional images of that structure. So the first variance would be a variance of complete deviation to the location of a detached garage in a residential infill area to permit that detached garage to be located in the street side yard. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as most detached garages in the area generally meet requirements, and the difficulty could have been obviated through a change of design, such as reducing the size of the garage to move it further back if that was possible. And then the second variance is a variance of 2 feet 1 inches to the maximum height of a detached garage in a residential district to permit a detached garage height of 18 feet 1 inches. Again, that's a variance of 2 feet 1 inch. Detached garages in the area generally meet the requirements of the height. Could have opted for a shorter design. And just to clarify, on the site plan, it shows that it's 16 feet tall, but the way that the zoning code interprets height is
Peak of the roof.
yeah, the distance between the peak of the roof and the top wall. So here you have 16 feet at that top wall. The peak of the roof is 20 feet 2 inches, so that midpoint would be 18 feet 1 inch. So that's not in your staff report because I realized that after publication of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Connor. Board members, any questions for city staff?
And I would like to clarify that the plans review for permits, he did submit for those after getting the inspection, the compliance inspection. They're just kind of in limbo while they wait for the Board of Zoning Adjustment to determine.
Perfect. Sir, why should we approve your request today?
Well, I'm really just trying to clean up my neighborhood. I'm just trying to clean, well, my area first, of course. I get ticketed, for my cars being outside because I don't have all driveway going to the back. So I'm trying to pretty much just put everything in my building. So there is no more, there's pretty much no more it looking like like just a whole bunch of cars are and everything are outside, like cars, lawn equipment and stuff like that. So I didn't know that the peak of the building was the extra 2 foot 1 inches, where I thought when I got it built, I thought it was 16 feet. I thought it was supposed to be 16 feet. But, they were supposed to do all of this before before it even got built. They did not tell me the truth about the permission to build. They said the city came, they came down here, the city website or something like that was down. They came down here and put it in writing or something like that. They sent me pictures of it and said, hey, we got a permission to build. And I said, if you have permission to build, then of course I'm ready to get it built. But I specifically told them I wanted to do all this right because I didn't want to go through this. And so here we are. So I'm really just want to be able to put all my things, up. I can't do anything with the building. I can't put, they specifically told me don't do anything extra to it. Don't do electrical work. Don't do anything into it until this is settled. So it got built, I think, the end of June last year. So I'm
So
just
June 2024.
Yes, ma'am. So I've been pretty much sitting on it until I can get it situated. But I was trying to get it situated before because everything was submitted. Like it wasn't like I just built it and hit it. You know what I'm saying? So everything was submitted. But instead of them saying, let's wait and find out if it gets approved, they said it was approved because they were taking long. They were being unprofessional for a while. And I just said, you know what, I'll just take a refund. So they said, well, wait a minute, let us handle it. That's when they came down here. That's when they sent somebody from South Carolina down here. And come to find out, not him, but the other guy downstairs, I can't remember his name, but he said that they didn't have their license since 2018. So I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it, but really, I'm just trying to just clean up my area, you know what I'm saying? And not get fined for things that's sitting outside or disabled or something like that, because I have a wrecked vehicle outside right now and I can't work on it or do anything to it because
Is there a driveway to this?
not yet.
Okay, so that would be part of the permit process would be
Yes.
drive access to the detached garage?
Yeah, so extending the driveway to the entrance of the garage would be required per the code.
And I was going to put the driveway in, but I didn't want to put it in until this, when I found out this was a situation, I'm like, I don't want to go spend $15,000 to put a driveway in and I can't even keep the building. So
Connor, I see on this diagram, it looks like it is about 10 feet from the rear property line. Would the other setback requirements work if it wasn't in the street side yard? Would they be allowable?
Yeah, so if it were to fit behind the rear build line of his property and far enough setback, essentially to be within what's confined to the rear yard area, 10 feet would be enough to be off of that property line. However, given the scale of the building, I'm not sure, how feasible that is. But yes, given the current setbacks, it would be compliant with setback requirements.
What's the minimum setback requirement on a garage for the
Just
rear
in general
setback?
from rear line or
Rear, yeah.
so rear property lines, it's 1.5 feet. Interior side property lines is also 1.5 feet. On a corner lot, I believe it was it cannot extend past the rear build line or 15 feet, whichever is less. However, given this is an infill area, the infill code specifically says that detached garages have to be in the rear yard. It doesn't specify whether that's corner lot or just a standard lot. So that's why we're here, because of that infill code, the way that it's worded. Sure.
So the reason I put it over there, of course, it definitely won't fit in the backyard. And because, I combined the properties because there were 3 different addresses on top of my address, on top of where my house is, because that's my house also. And I put it right there because of course I did not think it was going to be a situation because there were already houses and properties there, but of course they got tore down and stuff like that. But I combined all the properties because I was paying taxes on 4 addresses. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's there. Yeah, because I own all the way to the corner, and I was just trying to make sure that it wasn't somewhere it wasn't supposed to be.
Board members, other questions for the applicant?
Is the side yard fenced in?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It has a wall right there.
A retaining wall?
On the 40th side, there's a wall. So it's not a fence, but it's a 4-foot wall. Sir?
4-foot wall.
4 foot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's 4 feet. I was going to put a fence along the whole property, but I was literally going to try to figure out about that, especially with all this going on. I was going to try to figure out what was the, what are the ramifications of that. So I didn't want to just put it there. I even want to go up on the wall. You understand what I'm saying? But I don't know. A lot of people are saying, no, you're going to have to ask the city, is that okay? And I'm like, well, I would love to do that, but I need to know if that's okay. So.
Questions for the applicant? If not, we'll turn it over to public testimony. John, are you still online?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to provide your testimony?
Absolutely. Hugh is a good neighbor, and he and I actually help each other out. We're both very busy men, and so Hugh's run into issues where he's been getting fined for his cars, and I believe he's even gotten fined for, condition of yard. So when I'm mowing my yard, I'll go over there and I'll start mowing on his property too, just to help him out. I've seen the man out in the summertime trying to work on one of his vehicles, and it just, the weather conditions in the state are not proper, for doing outside automotive work. Only on a handful of days throughout the year is it actually ideal. He needs to be working on something on the inside, not on the outside of the garage. I own the property. I own the property that's directly behind that building that he's constructed. I'm over on the corner of Park and 40th. I would say his most affected neighbor in the process of this construction here. And I have no objection against it at all. It actually casts shade into my yard during the summertime, which is a blessing. Otherwise my yard doesn't see much shade at all. And he's, as he said, he's trying to clean his place up and do what's right. And unfortunately things are, where we're at right now. But if there's anything that I can say or do to have you approve this building's construction, I would like to do that.
Thank you, sir. Board members, any
Thank you.
questions for John? Any other questions either for the applicant or city staff? I could entertain a motion.
I had a question or further comment would there be, based off of the approved plans, would there be additional variances needed if there is a desire to do the driveway as well as fence? Do we have a full site plan showing his full?
I don't believe there would. This is the site plan that I'm working with. However, I don't believe the addition of that driveway would exceed the pavement percentage for an infill lot, which is 75% of the lot. So just based off that hypothetical without having the site plan, I don't think it would. I can't say obviously in 100% certainty, but just given the scale of the property, I don't believe that it would cross that 75% impervious surface.
Yeah, and if you get any other work done, like a driveway, just make sure that your contractor's in communication with the planning department, and if they're not, then you are, and stuff like that. Even if you build a fence and you don't need permits, there's considerations like fence height and stuff like that, so.
And do you even know the fence height?
Yeah, so it's permitted in the front and side yards at 4 feet tall. And then you would need what's called a special exception to go over that up to 5 or 6 feet, which would be going through essentially this same process, but for the height of a fence.
Yeah.
But you can have up to 4 feet by right without any additional process.
And that's on top of the retaining wall?
I would
Or
need to
inclusive?
clarify with
From grade.
building.
It is as long as it's holding back the earth. So yes,
Okay.
that's from a zoning point of view.
Yeah.
Can't speak to the building code.
So so the retaining wall is kind of the fence. Is that what?
It's
you're
where
saying?
we start measuring the fence.
You can,
Okay.
if the retaining wall is holding earth, you can put 4 feet on top of that.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
I know we, as a board, don't like it when people go build stuff without permits. It sounds like the contractor went a little rogue here, and that's frustrating. And looking at the position of this, it sounds like a building of this size would have been hard to put completely in the rear yard anyway. The height variance is relatively minor. And so on that, I'll make a motion. On docket item 1, case CDBZA 2025-00009, I move that we approve the requested variances in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
McStorff.
Aye. Your
Thank
project
you.
is approved. Good luck with the rest of your permitting process.
Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Sarah, please call the next case.
Docket item number 3 is case CD BZA 2024-63, a request to appeal a notice of abandonment related to a non-conforming sign on about 1.6 acres generally located at 8912 East US 40 Highway. Anna Naniski is the staff planner on this case. If you are, or applicant is here in person, if you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online to be sworn in. We do
He's
not
ready.
have any
He's done this
hands.
before.
Yeah, we don't have any hands raised
Okay,
online.
perfect. You have your right hand raised. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? If so, please state I do and your full name and address for the court reporter.
I do.
I do.
Name and address.
My address,
Yep, can you speak into the microphone, please? You.
4520 Metropolitan Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66106.
And your name, please?
Craig Fidinich.
We need your name, please, sir.
Craig
Martin
No.
Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Haley.
Craig Fidinich, 16001 East 27th Terrace, Independence, Missouri.
Thank you. And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
No, I haven't.
Should be the same, I assume, staff report that we've previously reviewed with.
Yes,
Okay. Do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 15 for 1 through 17 for the board's review today?
No, and I'd like to submit one more additional exhibit, please.
Madam Chair, I forgot to, we need to reestablish the quorum. We need to confirm that Mr. Meyer has reviewed the materials for this case to add him to the quorum.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. So this is just backstory, essentially?
It's the summary of the events.
Summary of the event so far. Okay, so this will be exhibit number 18 then? Okay, so exhibits 1 through 18 are admitted, and we have no additional members of the public.
Was there enough for all 5 of you and then extra? Great.
There's just 5.
There's an extra.
Oh, there is. Oh, perfect.
have others.
There's
Oh,
extra.
sure. I think we're good. Thank you.
Do you
Uh,
need another one?
No, we're good.
I think we're
Okay.
good. Thank you.
This is number 18.
18. And we'll turn over to Anna to present the case.
Okay, it's been a couple of months since we reviewed the merits of this case, so I'm going to quickly go over my presentation again and then pick up where we left off. So this is case CD BZA 2024-63, and the site in question is 8912 East US 40 Highway, property zoned M1-5, and this is the request to appeal a notice of abandonment related to a non-conforming sign, in this case, a billboard. So property is located in the very most eastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, towards Independence. And this is a close-up of the subject property. It is highlighted in yellow, adjacent to US 40 Highway. Like I mentioned, there's a vacant commercial building on the site as well. And the notice of abatement states as owner or agent for the owner did maintain a premises which there is a non-conforming outdoor advertising sign that has been blank for a period of 45 days in the district zoned B3-2 and M1. There's a small portion of B3-2, but the site is mostly the M1-5. And the sign is therefore deemed abandoned and must be removed. So at the previous hearing where we discussed the merits of the case, I went through some images of what the sign looks like. This is from Google Street View of April 2022. You can see the billboard in question where my cursor is. And then from November 2023 in the same condition. And then in March of 2024, this is the opposite side of the billboard. And then the same perspectives as the Google Street View, so same conditions. And then once the notice of violation was received, Then some time went by, and in April of 2024, the site was re-inspected, and we can see that the billboard has since been filled, after the notice of abandonment was received. And then here is a look of Google Street View from May of 2024. Some information from the Zoning and Development Code about these billboards. So a legal non-conforming billboard, if it remains blank for a continuous period of 45 days, then it is deemed abandoned and must be removed. Blank could mean empty. There's no advertising on the sign, but it could also mean that the message was also illegible to read in whole or substantial in part. And, city staff, we do acknowledge that yes, there does appear to be something on one side of the billboard, but we consider it to be illegible because it is so small that it wouldn't be easily viewed from a car or a person driving or walking by. Some more information about non-conforming signs. This talks more about when they are deemed abandoned, what happens. They're blank. This could also include advertising a business that's not in service or available. So the review criteria for an appeal case is that the appeal may be sustained if the BZA finds that the administrative official has erred. We discussed at the last hearing where we discussed the merits that per the photo evidence, we do not believe that the Zoning and Development Code inspector erred. We do not believe that. Slight procedural note. There is an unpaid continuance fee attached to the case. So if you were to look at it on Compass KC, you would still see that. However, in the November meeting where we discussed the merits of the case, the BZA continued the discussion so staff can note exactly why the sign is legally non-conforming. Like if they were forced to tear it down, could they just put a new billboard back up? I'm going to explain why we believe they couldn't. So the sign is legally non-conforming because it was created prior to 1991. That's when the billboard registration system was adopted in Kansas City, Missouri. And with that registration of billboards came new specific use standards or development standards that I'll call for the sign, for billboard signs for new ones if they're newly to be constructed. This is a long list of some of the regulations that are applicable to new billboard signs, and one of them being that they may not be within 500 feet of any improvements which are wholly occupied as residential, institutional, or other non-commercial or non-industrial use. And I made this graphic to describe this particular billboard's location and its close proximity to other R-zoned properties. So the property is highlighted in yellow, and there's the red buffer that shows the 500 feet away from the limits of the property. That is typically what we use when we are considering separation distances. So then you can see that that buffer goes over lots of R-zoned property, and the sites that are the shaded yellow are residential structures. And then we've got the billboard with the red star and the flag that you can see here. And then I also drew the blue lines to show roughly 500 distance specifically from the billboard. So, for the board's interpretation on how to measure that separation. You can also see that it comes into contact with R-zoned properties and then a home outside of Kansas City, Missouri city limits. So that is why from a staff's perspective, I believe that the sign could not be rebuilt. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna. Board members, any questions for city staff? Not, we'll turn over to the applicant. Why should we grant your request today?
Well, whenever I got the letter on this sign saying that I was not in compliance, at that time previously, right before that, the Wounded Soldiers had a sign on there and it had blown off, which I was not aware of that. And I've always had that sign in that area. I've always donated the sign to nonprofit organizations, which I believe you people are aware of that. Just like there's a sign on there now for a nonprofit. I've never received one dime off this sign, and I've owned it, I know, over 20 years with the property. I've always donated to charitable organizations to advertise. And I talked many, many years ago, I painted a sign and I called and they said, well, if you just put a sign up, and I always kept that up permanently and it was legible. And I've had other inspectors, zoning people out there with the city, as always says I was in compliance. So I don't know what happened this time, but the minute I got the letter, which we was already in activity this builder days coming to Kansas City, which we were getting the vinyl made when it was crazy. When the vinyl was getting made, that's when we got the letter. So time we got the vinyl made and put it up there, and we had sent the pictures to the lady that ripped me up on the sign, which I had called her numerous and numerous of times, which I have never to this day ever got a receive from a call back from this lady. Evidently, she don't work for the city no more. But and I'm not I'm not a computer savvy type guy. I don't do email. I don't do any of that. I talk on a flip phone. And finally, a friend of mine, which owns an electrical company in his town, which him and I are good friends, he had emailed this lady, still never got nothing back, which you people know of all that. And finally, we got a hold of Mr. Duddy, to and he goes, well, you've already wasted time. You didn't comply. Well, you would think if you complied, they sent photos to the people to, we were in compliance, but we never got no replies. So now that's here we are right now. And that sign is in perfect shape. To replace that sign today would be over $100,000. And it's just like, I mean, I don't know how they come to it where its sign is not, I don't see anything wrong with the sign, but I mean, if you got a cracked window in your house and the city comes by and sees your cracked window in your house, are you going to make that person tear that house down because they got a cracked window? This is insane why I'm even here. And, like I said, I tried to help people in my community. I've helped wounded soldiers. I've helped other organizations over a 20-year period of time. I've never had no issues out of this. Well, I'm having issues out of it now. I do not. But here I've got the sign today. I paid to have that sign to remove and take this sign down so I could bring it to you people. I'm the one that's always paid for the vinyl or the advertising to help these people. And a lot of people, I'm just trying to let people get their message out. You know what I mean? I don't see no bad messages up there. It's helping youth. Just like they told me years ago, just keep a legible sign up there and you're in compliance. And that's what we've done. So now, I don't know. I mean, they said you can't see this from Google, or if I can open this sign up and I can see it, the sign is only probably, if you look at the way it is on the thing, it's probably 100 feet. It's not even 100 feet. It's probably 50 feet from the highway. If you can't see this sign in 50 feet, you're in bad shape. And I wear glasses, so I know what I'm talking about. But I have the sign here that's always been up there.
Mr. Haley, how often would you say only that sign is on that billboard? Because I think we've seen multiple photos from city staff over multiple years that it was only that sign and not one
because I always
larger sign.
advertised it because I didn't have the money to spend for the two signs. I just advertised on it would be the east side.
You always maintain that. I think it's Bosch,
The
if I
east
remember
side was
correctly.
always the other side was always maintained. And they told me when I talked to the codes people, as long as you got a legible, they said you can even just put a smiling face on there or anything. And that's legible and that's legal. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I don't know what you guys changed. I mean, not you directly. I don't know how things are changed. you know?
Can I insert something, please?
Mhm.
The Google map picture that you saw, this is one of the examples. He always kept a basic poster on the sign
Yes.
during in between copy changes of the normal size. And a standard size is anything that has 6-inch letters. And this has 6-inch letters or better. And this is the banner that you're seeing in that Google. And it is quite legible and it is 6-inch letters. It may not be a very good photo of Google, but we didn't pay Google to take a picture of the sign. But anyway, so this is the example that you're seeing on that. And when you see the square in the center of that sign, that is the actual banner that was there in between poster changes. So he did everything he could. Michael Coddington was the original sign inspector that instructed all the sign owners to keep up so they wouldn't have any misunderstanding. Keep something up there basic. So in between changes, you'd never really let anything lapse. So he did everything he possibly could. Can I go into reading my situation summary, please?
I have a question for you. So you
Okay.
talked about between changes, having that as the signage on the
Right.
billboard. But I think you just noted that you only changed signage on one side of the billboard, and so that was always maintained on the other.
Whenever I didn't have-
Originally he
When
had
I
just-
didn't have advertising on there. I've had advertising because I had to play
Sides.
both sides. I've had advertising on both sides many, many, many times. But when I only could afford to advertise for the people, I always kept this sign up on the side that I was not advertising on. You know, it was screwed
In order-
to the billboard.
This was intended for the sole purpose that it would never be abandoned or would
Yes.
never be blank. So he did take precautionary steps for years in between postings. And something that I should also explain is usually 12 by 24 is known as a poster unit. It's known as a 30-sheet unit, and they're typically sold in 30-day increments. I'm in the billboard industry and have been for over 30 some years. So what he has is a 30-sheet unit. So he did take steps, and we did follow the city, among us independent sign owners, to follow the city's instruction. Always try to keep something up there and you'd never have a problem. So he did do that.
Did you had something else you wanted
Yes,
to?
I would like to read this, please. Dear board members, the property owner, Martin, known as Mark Haley, experienced an unforeseeable hardship due to storm damage, which resulted in the detachment and displacement of the advertising copy of the sign at 8912 US Highway 40. The detached advertisement vinyl was first noticed by the city inspector, Melissa Simon. However, Officer Simon did not report the damage to Mr. Haley until 45 days after initially observing it. On March 19th, Mr. Haley received a city code violation letter dated March 13th via U.S. mail stating that the sign must be removed due to an abandonment. No prior notices or any other violations, repairs, or damages were received, or notices of violation, repairs, and damages were received by Mr. Haley. Upon receiving the notice, Mr. Haley took immediate action, attempting to contact the Officer Simon and the City Codes Department, leaving messages of at least 11 occasions, as evidenced by the phone records submitted previously to the board. Additionally, Mr. Haley enlisted the help of myself, Craig Fedonich, and Tony Privateer, who also attempted to reach Officer Simon via phone calls and emails to no avail. With no response from the city, Mr. Haley took the appropriate steps to resolve the issue. He ordered and had replaced the vinyl advertisement, had it shipped, delivered, and installed on the sign. The structure on the sign is in excellent condition today. With no structure damage, it is fully in compliance with the city regulations. The only damage was the vinyl became detached and gently fell to the ground. The outdoor advertising structure is specifically designed to withstand high winds, first by detaching the vinyls and, if necessary, the metal faces to prevent structural damage or loss. The design is full compliance with the original engineering and standards the city permitted for off-premise advertising regulations. On April 8th, 2024, the replacement of the wind-damaged vinyl was completed within 20 days of the discovery damage. Mr. Haley is a responsible sign owner for over 20 years with an impeccable record with no city or code violations on the sign. He never intentionally abandoned his sign. Given his age, living out of state, and only visiting the property when necessary, Mr. Haley had no way of knowing about the storm damage. His prompt and reasonable actions to address the issue within 20 days of receiving the notice demonstrates his commitment as a good steward for the property. Mr. Haley's respectfully requests that the board consider granting any relief in this matter. And lastly, if we need a variance for the ordinance or whatever, that's what we seek today, because I think he has demonstrated that he is a responsible owner that takes quick response and immediately corrects any problem. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
I have a question for Mr. Duddy. So by the time somebody gets their notice, the amount of time that they would remedy that is irrelevant since it's already out of compliance at that moment in time, correct?
Yes, as the ordinance states.
Okay, thank you.
Remediation would be removing the sign.
At conclusion of the 45 days, yes.
We're just reviewing all of our notes and information up here, sir. I'm only one board member and I appreciate the work and all the phone bills and everything that you've been sharing to this point in time to show the effort that was made to contact city staff. But I think the intent of our sign ordinance is to have a full billboard and not just a reduced in size small sign that says something. I don't think that is the intent of the billboard, to really advertise something if it's just stating an item. And I think the intent of our code is to remove these signs, which is why this ordinance is in place. So I appreciate the work that was done to remedy the solution, but if we don't, over the years, don't consistently have signage shown on both sides of the sign, I'm hesitant to allow this to remain because it wasn't consistently showing advertising as the code sees it on both sides continuously.
Could I speak?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what is the remedy? I mean, you're telling me that what's the size sign you got to have then? I mean, where's it at where you see it in the city? I mean, you're telling me that.
I'm just one board member.
Yeah,
That's just
I
my
understand,
opinion,
but what you're saying here, all right, you've got a sign up there. You're going to tell someone how they got to, what letter they got to put up as long as it's advertising. That's not nowhere in your city codes. As long as it's posted. It's what they told me. As long as it's posted and you're standing down from the sign and you can read it, you are legal. So that's what I did. That's what I've done for many years. And actually, there's been many signs hung over this sign. This sign was up there, bolted up there permanently. But there was advertising signs, different donated signs that I've hung over that over top of this. But I had this sign removed so I could bring it here so I could legally show you this sign. And I've got a friend of mine that it's a Bosch dealer, so I hung a Bosch sign up there, Bosch Tools. That's world known. So you're telling me that I'm not in compliance with that? I mean, what size do you have to have? It's like I might not think this sign here behind you of Kansas City Fountains that's big enough for me to see, but it's still, you're advertising it. You're showing your right to advertise. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, again, I'm just one
there's
board
no
member and
restrict-
looking at, thank
I
you,
mean,
sir.
now, if they've got a sign, if they've got an actual size of the sign.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, I think you went over it in your presentation, but there is a requirement that the sign is legible, right?
Correct.
Okay, age level.
Yeah, as one board member, I think last time we heard the merits of this case, I was convinced that the sign was abandoned, but was not super clear on the non-conforming aspect. I think staff came back and presented a pretty compelling argument for why it's non-conforming. So as one board member, again, I would be hesitant to overturn the staff's decision, because the way that we're supposed to determine these cases is whether or not staff erred in issuing the notice of violation, which I don't think they did.
Board members, any other questions for the applicant? Or I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. On docket item 3, case CD BZA 2024-00063, I move that we deny the appeal.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
Nay.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Nay.
Mixdorf.
Aye. So the vote still fails since we did not get a majority. You will have to follow up with city staff. I believe the next step is to remove the sign.
For an appeal, right?
I think this was they can appeal again? This was your
Rehearings are-
appeal for a rehearing, and we denied that appeal. Or denied that, not a rehearing, denied the appeal.
Correct.
You all don't hear
These are my
rehearings on
favorite.
appeals.
Okay.
You're
Appeals,
gonna have
an
to hire a
appeal
private
go to
attorney
circuit
do the
court.
next
Okay,
step.
thank you for that clarification.
You're gonna have to hire an attorney for the next steps.
Sarah, can you call the next case?
Docket item number 4 is case CD BZA 2024-149. A request to rehear case CD BZA 2024-72 on about 2 acres generally located at 5631 East US 40 Highway. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the center desk or the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online. We do need to reestablish the quorum on this case also. Madam Chair and Ms. Wright, we need to confirm that you have reviewed the materials for this case to become part of the quorum.
I have.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. We do not have any hands raised online.
Hello. Can I please have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? If so, please state I do and your full name and address for the court reporter.
I do. Alan Bloodworth, 5631 East 31st Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64128.
I do. Mark Meyer, attorney, 2528 Southwest Winter Creek Drive, Lee Summit, Missouri, 64081.
Perfect. And do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 12 for the board to review today?
No.
Perfect. Exhibits 1 through 12 are now admitted. And then you said there was no testimony online or
There are no
applicants?
raised hands
Okay,
online.
thank you. We'll turn over to city staff to present the case.
Okay. I'm going to go over CD BZA 2024-72. That's the original variance case. As the docket says, this is also technically a rehearing that was granted in December, which is case CD BZA 2024-149. The property in question is 5631 East US 40 Highway. It's zoned M1-5, and the applicant was seeking a variance to permit gravel for a vehicular use area to abate zoning violations. The property is also located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, towards Independence and Raytown. And this is a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow, adjacent to US 40 Highway again and Topping Avenue. The notice of violation that sparked the variance request was because they were cited for having gravel where it is unpermitted. And these are photos, excuse me, from the inspection attached to that case. So it is a tow lot, and this is one view of that site. And then this is a close-up more specifically of the gravel, because it was a little hard to see on that last slide. Some additional photos of the cars and the gravel surface. And in the appeal report that was associated with that case, they talked about how the use of the gravel was approved through the business license, so that it should be permitted. However, I do want to clarify that the approval of a business license does not permit any type of design or construction. That's just saying that, hey, this business or this use can be attached to this particular site. And the zoning clearance letter also does not make mention of using gravel for the parking. And now I'm going to get into 3 different use categories, which will help with some of the information that was attached to the request for the rehearing. So I'm going to go over 3 different ones. Vehicle storage and towing, which is the subject use. That is for the storage of operating motor vehicles or vehicles through a towing service. This is permitted in the zoning district. There are some other specific use standards associated with it. For example, it can only be 500 feet away from any R district, and gravel is prohibited. Auto wrecking is a different category. This is for the collection or dismantling and wrecking of used motor vehicles, trailers, other storage. There could be sale involved, dumping, dismantling, generally wrecked motor vehicles and their parts. That would not be permitted in this location, and gravel is also prohibited. Outdoor storage is a different category, which that's more dealt with the storage of trucks, cartridge operations, truck staging, outdoor storage. Those uses would require a special use permit to be cited in this zoning district, and gravel can be permitted when surrounded by other M districts. When we heard the merits of the case for the variance, I talked about that. I recognize that there could be other potential, gravel violations in the area, but we were talking about the site in yellow. As a follow-up, the property owner also owns the lot to the north that's highlighted in red, and we will acknowledge that there was a variance granted for that property for the distance from that storage area to be at that site. And then back to some key points about why gravel is not permitted in this location. That's because 88-4-2015C says that all vehicular use areas established after September 10th of 1951 or after being annexed into the city must be continuously paved with pavers, pavement, asphalt, concrete, etc. And this vehicular use area was established after 1951. We can see a snapshot of the parcel viewer from 2020 where it was a mobile home park versus also it being vacant in 2022, and then the property owner acquiring the land and using it for this use per 88-140-03. I'm sure, vehicle storage is permitted at this location, but it does not automatically permit any type of design or construction standards. So then going into the review criteria that I mentioned for the variance, review criteria A talks about the strict application of the standards of the zoning and development code, and if that will result in an unnecessary hardship on the property owner that is not applicable to other properties in the same zoning district. So the regulation does not prevent a reasonable return on investment. They can still use the property, and there are no physical constraints, and we'll get into is this regulation applied to other properties in the same zoning districts in a little bit later. Review criteria B is if the variance request is consistent with the purpose of the zoning development code. So why does why does this regulation exist? So the zoning development code regulates gravel because there is, of course, a perceived nuisance of that dust and loose gravel spilling over onto roadways, and the paved surfaces also help with vehicle efficiency. And at the last hearing where we discussed the merits of the case, I mentioned other lots that are of similar uses that were paved. I mentioned the city-owned tow lot, which is paved, a site on Manchester Traffic Way, which, looking at the 2024 Google Street View, does appear to be a different company. Now, remember that the variance case was September 11th, 2024, and the Google image was also updated September 11th, 2024 was the variance case review, and the Google Street View was also was taken in September of 2024. So there is a high possibility that that was not the Google Street View that I looked at the time when I made this PowerPoint presentation. And then another site on Quincy Avenue, which I said was paved. Again, looking at the updated Google Maps, looks to be in a considerable state of deterioration at this point. I did not inspect the site. I do not know all of the nitty-gritty details of Quincy Avenue, but it does look like portions were paved at one point on that site. And then review criteria C, which talks about substantial justice being done considering both the public benefits secured by the zoning and development code versus the hardship on the property owner if the variance request is denied. So the public benefits of upholding the zoning and development code, is protecting that land in perpetuity for against this variance. So if the use were ever to change, the variance would live with the property. They could have gravel. So whether or not it's housing or a restaurant or a bar or an entertainment venue or an office where you are seeing more high activity for traffic, where you would want that pavement and landscaping for the development potential of that property, the variance would still be there. And the hardship or practical difficulty stated by the property owner does appear to be financial. So the variance request A was a variance to the vehicular use standards to permit gravel storage area on the subject site for the vehicular towing use. This is a complete deviation because the code requires it to be paved. We believe a substantial character to the neighborhood is anticipated. Again, because of the precedents that would set for future commercial uses on the property. And can the difficulty be obviated? Yes, by paving the vehicular use area. So the variance public hearing that was on September 11th, 2024, where the BZA voted to deny the variance request. There was also some discussions from the Zoning and Development Code compliance manager, which talked about testimony with the mayor's multi-jurisdictional task force and how they've got their eye on this type of use moving forward. So then that led to the rehearing request where we heard that request on December 11th, 2024, and the BZA approved and continued today's date to allow city staff time to investigate the 311 complaints made by the applicant of similar properties. Because, the argument is, why is my lot being held to the standard and no one else is? So today, additionally, I'm going to talk more about the multi-jurisdictional task force and the results of that investigation. So its city manager initiated this task force, and it was approved by ordinance in June of 2023, well before the variance case was reviewed in September of 2024. And this task force can focus on a wide variety of issues, and it is a culmination of lots of different departments: neighborhoods, housing, parks, municipal court, PD, planning, and more, to take a look at potential problem areas in Kansas City and address them like proactively instead of reactively. And at the time I made this PowerPoint presentation for the rehearing, they had done roughly around 30 inspections and had issued 73 violations, again, across the board of what that task force does, not just for towing, but just in general. Again, that was in December of 2024. I would only assume that the task force has continued to work on different cases. Now, in regard to the complaints that the property owner submitted, that resulted in 52 total investigations. 19 notices of violations ended up being issued as a result of that investigation. One appeal case so far has been filed, and 2 summons for municipal court. Again, as of this date, has resulted in those notices of violation. 3 were referred to the neighborhoods department. 2 were allowed because of a CLNU. 4 were abated or in the process of being abated. 1 had insufficient evidence to proceed. 2 re-inspections need to occur, and 21 sites were in compliance at the time of inspection, which resulted in roughly around 165 hours of total investigation time just on this particular matter. So that compliance team did what they were supposed to do and did in fact hold other properties to the standards of the zoning and development code. That concludes my update / staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for city staff?
Yeah, I'll take
At
it.
this time, well, then we'll turn over to the applicant. Sorry, did you have something?
A moment, please.
Is this a new exhibit then?
These,
Yes.
yes, I emailed these to Ms. Nadonsky this morning.
Okay.
They are numbered, I have one document numbered 1 through 12, and then exhibit 13 and 14. If we need to renumber those to avoid confusion.
Do we want to submit them just as number 13 on our end? So all of your presentation will be exhibit 13, which will be admitted.
Okay, thank you.
So you want to start with 1 or I'll let you navigate? And then I need to share the screen when you're done
Okay.
pulling up what you want.
Let us start with first. One.
She's going to get the screen
Okay.
shared there.
I want to first deal with the issue of substantial change to the neighborhood and viability for the applicant. You will recall that at the initial hearing on the variance, there was evidence adduced about what this property was before the applicant bought it. It was an abandoned trailer home park that was home to a lot of drug use and crime. Mr. Bloodworth bought it. He cleaned it up. He put up a fence, put down some gravel, began using it to store motor vehicles, as he does with the property immediately to the north. This has a substantial effect upon the neighborhood for the better. And the public testimony at the prior hearing established that. And there are members of the public, I believe, will speak to that again today. The burden of compliance would be the burden of paving 2 acres, which is cost several times what the property is worth, and would render the current use economically unviable. Then we have to ask, what type of use would Mr. Bloodworth be able to make of a vacant lot where he can't operate his towing business? He would have a fenced empty lot. And I submit that the economic impact and neighborhood value of that would be substantially lower than what would
I'm going to have
result.
you
Pause
pause
real
for
quick.
1 moment while they
Oh,
get
yeah,
it a little
sorry about
quieter.
that.
We can hear you, but I want to make sure everybody else can hear you as well.
I apologize.
No worries.
Yeah.
It's not on you.
Um,
All right. Thank you. Continue.
so that's those, with respect to those 2 issues, I wanted to reiterate that, and I think we will be able to cover that with some of the public testimony. We are submitting 2 petitions, which have been signed.
Click and drag.
Okay, click. So, yeah, this is a petitioner statement of support in support of the Tolot LLC's request for a variance. This one, number 13, was signed by all of the residential properties on Topping, which is immediately to the east of the subject parcel. every property owner signed this in support of the request for a variance. And I think that gets to the issue of, public support for it and the effect upon the community. Go down here and pull up my other one. Okay. Then the other one, number 14, these are signed by some of the neighboring business owners and other property owners. It's the same petition, including numerous neighbors and others who've put their addresses on there. With respect to the issue of disparate enforcement, that originally arose because at the variance hearing, staff raised a concern about I've heard it referred to as a parade of horribles or a slippery slope argument, that if this variance is granted, every gravel lot in the city will seek such a variance. So after that, the variance hearing was initially denied. We did file some complaints in order to test the veracity of that claim. At the hearing on our application for a rehearing, we produced a list of 23 complaints which had been made and which had all been referred to neighborhoods and all been summarily closed. Then, as you've heard from Ms. Nanowski, Nanowski, okay, pardon me, Ms. Nanowski. Mr. Duddy, in between that date and now, has investigated both those 23 and numerous others, and they have resulted in some enforcement actions. We have a couple of exhibits that discuss that, and I'm going to, here in a few minutes, turn it over to Mr. Woodward to talk about these in greater depth. But this is a part of what's been admitted as Exhibit 13. Before I go further, what I've marked as 13 and 14, I would like to admit is 14 and 15.
Do we want to keep it as just 13 for the
Or
BZA
everything
side?
is 13.
Yeah.
All right, very good. That being said, this is the list of the initial ones, and we do see that, and this is an updated list of the first 23 that we talked about in December that had initially been reported to neighborhoods and then went to over to codes. They referred 3 back to 311. There's been sufficient evidence. Some were found in compliance, and there were some found in violation in the numbers that Ms. Nanowski indicated. Do note that a couple were not investigated, but that did lead to some enforcement action. But again, then how is it?
You see a little plus on
Yeah, there we go. This on here, these are the complaints that were made after our hearing on the application for a rehearing. These were the remainder of the 52. And you'll note that these were all routed to neighborhoods and not to codes and not to the other entity. However, they were investigated to a certain extent. And Mr. Bloodworth will be speaking to this here in a moment. But the facts supporting the variance remain that the change in this neighborhood has been substantial and substantially for the better. It's taken a blighted, abandoned trailer home and turned it into an economically viable business that can be used by Mr. Bloodworth and creates tax revenue, makes the community safer. That and the burden to him of paving this would exceed the value of the property significantly. So we would be asking for that. With that being said, Mr. Bloodworth would like to speak to this as well. Switch. He's got a point with the exhibits. Switch.
Sure. Different than what you submitted?
No,
The same.
It's the same in PowerPoint form, so he can walk through them. Yeah, there's no difference.
So we don't need to.
We can keep it as number 13 still?
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Grab my flash drive. Got it.
Doing great.
Okay, I just really appreciate the fact that you guys gave me the opportunity to come back again today. As a result of so many different factors and new evidence that we're able to present, I think that overwhelmingly you guys should support a variance. This first slide is going to be the property directly to the east of the trailer park, the new tow lot. It's very interesting that this is one of the properties that I felt like, they should be in violation if I'm in violation. They are in violation, except for it is in a floodplain. As a result, they're allowed to store cars there. Can we go to the next slide,
Yeah,
please?
you can. Just do this.
Okay, perfect. And then
If I
this-
may, as we address the floodplain, I'd like to make sure that everyone understands that for them to operate in a floodplain, they have to submit a floodplain development plan, which states a method of removing vehicles in the evidence of an impending flood.
They're operating in the floodplain now with impunity. Go ahead. The next slide is another property that's bordering the tow lot itself that's actually in the floodplain itself and was storing cars prior to 1951. So they're going to be storing vehicles there forever also. This is also a property that's directly next to the property that is prior to 1951 and also in the floodplain. So they're going to be able to be storing cars on gravel forever. This is the Tow Lot LLC, my property, directly to the north of the property that has a variance that will be able to store cars on gravel again. This is the floodplain itself, where you can see that it comes all the way up to the property and actually borders the property on the east and also on the south. So all of that area is allowed to store cars on gravel. This slide is a picture of all the properties surrounding the 5631 East US 40 Highway property. They are all green. They are all allowed to store cars on gravel. You'll notice on the slide that it's all primarily commercial use property for the storage of automobiles, except for a few houses directly to the west. Every single one of those homeowners is in favor of me being able to store cars on gravel. I think the fact that I was able to get overwhelming support from the neighborhood really shows the fact that this project is viable. When you go back and we evaluate what the criteria is it a hardship? I think that it absolutely is a hardship on the property based upon the fact that all of the neighboring properties are allowed to store cars on gravel. This property would become the exception in the neighborhood. Does it substantially change the characteristic of the neighborhood itself if we're forced to store the cars on pavement? It does, as documented by the fact that all of the properties are allowed to store cars on gravel now. This is the spreadsheet of the first 23 code violations that I issued prior to the request for rehearing. You'll see that half of them are in violation. Then half of the ones that were found in violation actually received a citation. I question, if you're in violation, why would you not have received a citation? Past that, you'll see that several of them were referred back to neighborhoods. If it's an M1 property, why are we referring things back to neighborhoods? That doesn't make sense to me. If so, why would my M1 property not have been referred back to neighborhoods also? I think that there's some disparity in how it was being enforced. The big thing on this subject, though, that I think we have to evaluate is, one, the board wanted the city to do two things. One, evaluate why the complaints didn't get to the right place. And two, evaluate the complaints that were made, right? Half the complaints that were made are in violation. You'll see on the right, the furthest column over, cars still in the grass, but it says it's in compliance. In violation, it's gravel, so on and so forth. Only two of them actually aren't in violation according to the code itself. Here are the three that were referred back to 311. It's very interesting that these are bordering properties to the Tow Lot LLC. Why would they have been referred back? I don't understand that at all. Then The second part of what the board was wanting the city to do was to figure out why the complaints weren't routed to the correct place, right? So I figured just as a test, I would see. So in December, I filed several complaints, and in January, I filed several complaints. And they all went to neighborhoods, and they all were opened, and they were all closed on the matter of gravel. A few of them did receive neighborhoods citations or a complaint in neighborhoods for grass, trash. But here we are again. I can document that this many more cases were submitted to the city and this many more cases were opened and closed. I think we make a very good argument as to why it is a major change in the characteristic of the neighborhood itself to force us to pave the property. It's because every other property in the neighborhood is allowed to operate on gravel. My neighbors are in support of me. The greater community itself is in support of the project. I have several people here today that would be willing to talk more about that, but I'm asking you all for your support. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Board members, questions for the applicant team? Or city staff? I do have a question for Mr. Duddy. So as you noted, there's multiple that are in violation, and I guess why the violation versus
You'll notice
citation?
Those are designated to neighborhood preservation. They have not come to city planning. So we have not investigated those sites. It would be dealt with just as in the past, when the cases were given to us from the last BZA board meeting. We had 52 cases that were given to us. We investigated all 52 with determinations made by the officers. Now, if Mr. Bloodworth or his attorney would like to appeal those determinations by those officers, they can file an appeal, just as they would for any other determination on each and every one of those individual determinations.
So I have a question regarding, I guess, the routing in general. Is there a process being changed with the city to route these types of requests directly to you so they are not getting referred? Or what does that process
No,
look
it
like?
is, that is done through the 311 Action Center. They have their own set of protocols and their own criteria on how they send the cases out. Very often the cases are residential, I don't know the exact addresses which Mr. Bloodworth was speaking of, but when we investigate those sites, they appear and they have the characteristic of a residential area or character, and those are then referred back to neighborhoods. They enforce the nuisance, which would have to do with basic residential situations. We enforce commercial zoning in ordinances.
Thank you. I think you said there are a couple people here that possibly wanted to testify as well.
Anyone would like to testify up to the podium, please?
Have
Hello,
you
how y'all
raised-
doing today? I'm
Good.
Reese.
Perfect. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name and address for the court report.
Bishop Ornell Shelby of Beyond the Four Walls Outreach Ministry at 5910 East US Highway 40. Now, I've been in Blue Valley Neighborhood Association a long time, and I call it a neighborhood left behind. I've walked that trailer park with Jermaine Reed with Wraparound. Then I turn around trying to get that, when I seen the property when it was worse. When the trailer park was there, I had Troy Schulte over there. I was there with Troy Schulte when he was there. And we turn around and my church is probably about 75 feet from the lot which we're talking about. Mr. Bloodworth has cleaned that neighborhood up tremendously. And I've been in Blue Valley, like I said, for 31 years. And it has helped our church because now we don't have that blighted property right by our church there. So on behalf of Mr. Bloodworth and the work that he's doing, I'm asking you guys to consider to approve him to continue to do the work that he's doing in that neighborhood up and down 40 Highway. Thank you on today.
Thank you, sir. Any others? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Full name and address, please.
Charles Nathan Bradley, and my address is work address is 504 Southeast Blue Parkway in Lee's Summit.
Thank you. And your testimony, sir?
Are you in support of this application for variance? And why?
So I'm an auto theft investigator for the Highway Patrol. And as such, I travel frequently to various tow lots throughout the metro, many of which are in Kansas City. There are 210 licensed salvage businesses in Kansas City, and probably 3 times that many that need a state salvage license and don't have one. The vast majority of those, I can't actually think of one that has a completely paved area where they're storing vehicles. And I think, in my experience, the reason that paving it is difficult for salvage vehicles, junk vehicles, towed vehicles is they leak. Sometimes they leak fluids that are difficult to get out of asphalt or concrete. But if those fluids leak on gravel, that's easily scooped up, taken to a landfill, or replaced. So my experience has been that, and I'm not familiar with the city ordinances. That's not what I enforce. My experience has been, like I said, that many of these places use gravel because it's much easier to clean up a mess after the vehicle leaks fluids, whatever type of those fluids may be, into that strata.
And are you familiar with this particular property and what has happened with it since Jay took it over?
Yes, sir, I am.
Tell us about that.
When I first started visiting the property, just like the bishop said, it looked like the zombie apocalypse. These mobile homes were not livable. Half of them were burned out. There were trees growing up through some of them. I had recovered numerous stolen vehicles from that property and that site, and found lots of homeless people coming and going through there. They're ones starting the fires. Since then, I've never had a reason to return to that property. There's a fence around it. It's a big privacy fence. You can't really
That's your 2-minute warning.
Is there a flag?
Might need to pick a different noise for our warnings.
So yeah, I've never had a reason to go back there. There's a large privacy fence. You can't see what's there. I think that kind of helps out.
Thank you, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
And your full name and address, please.
William Jordan, 19101 Holkey Road, Independence, Missouri, 64057.
And what's your testimony, sir?
I'm the director for a local charity called Scoops and Smiles KC. Part of what we do is for our funding is collect cars and get cars donated to help us with our charitable cause. With Mr. Bloodsworth having this new lot, it's helped us to have a place where he's able to go tow the cars at no fee for us to store and then later recycle or sell to help fund our process. I also visited the property before it was ever cleaned up, and yeah, like the trooper said, it was absolutely like a zombie apocalypse beforehand. It's been a great part for us. We started a charity to help kids receive birthday parties that are coming out of disadvantaged situations and employ mothers out of domestic violence. So us being able to have this big bump in our funding has been, substantial for us. So I'm just asking you guys to hopefully approve this, because it's going to hurt us if this doesn't happen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any others? Okay. Board members, questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do have comment. Respecting the course of my role, I can't help but notice some type of conspiracy here. What I noticed is this task force was created in 2023, but only 30 inspections in high crime areas. There's a lot more locations that we could be inspecting if this task force was really trying to do what it's intended to do. The other thing too is, and the new information I got from city regarding the variance is, okay, we grant the variance and all of a sudden housing wants to get built here, they have the right to use gravel. But then it's surrounded by a floodplain. So what type of housing, restaurant, or bar would want to build near a floodplain? And then we tried to do housing here, mobile homes, and it turned into a zombie apocalypse. And so I can't help but to listen to constituents or neighboring communities and say, we're a forgotten neighborhood. 3rd District is a forgotten neighborhood. And in an effort to try to clean up this neighborhood, this is why private investments get deterred away. because of government interference. And it's disheartening, like the amount of support that he has gotten for the cleanup that he did with his own money when all the city did was create a task force. It's disheartening. It's discouraging. Why do business in 3rd District if this is what we get? Why build housing? Why build restaurants? Why do anything economical that will support the residents here when one person takes a risk and this is what they get? I guess with that, I'll make a motion. In docket number 4, case number 149, I move that we overturn the decision or grant the appeal.
Grant the variance.
Grant the variance in accordance with the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Nay. This motion fails.
What do you guys think I should do with the property then?
That's not for us to determine or discuss.
I'm just trying to figure it out. I can't build anything there. I can't do anything there really. Thank you for your time at least.
Over at your jump drive.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Sarah, do you want to call the next
Docket
case?
item number 5, case CD SUP 2025-1, a request to approve the addition of a swimming pool to the Tony Aguirre Community Center on about 4.6 acres located approximately 300 feet north of the intersection of West 21st Street and West Penway Avenue. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak to this case, please raise your hand or approach the microphone on the podium. I'm promoting Jeff Bartley to panelists.
Yes, and Scott Overbay, if he's online, he might not be.
Scott Overbay is being promoted to panelist if he accepts the promotion.
Okay. All right, good morning, Larissa Chambi, Development Management Division, and I'll share my screen and we can get started.
You have Jeff Bartley online. If you want to
Okay,
say
I do
anything.
not see anybody. Can you
Yep.
maybe stop sharing your screen for just a moment? Oh, there we go. I see Jeff. And you said there's another person as well?
He has not accepted the promotion.
Jeff, is that a member of your team that should be
Yes,
promoted?
He's rejoining.
Okay.
Scott, if you could turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn in.
Perfect. I see you both. If you can both raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? If so, please state I do, your full name and address for the court reporter.
I do. Scott Overbay, Kansas City, Missouri Parks and Recreation, 4600 East 63rd Street, KCMO 64030, I believe.
Thank you.
I do. Jeff Bartley, Water's Edge Aquatic Design, consultant for the city of Kansas City on this project at 535 Southwest Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. And have you both reviewed the staff report associated with the case?
Yes.
I have.
Do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 10?
No.
No.
Those will be admitted, and we will turn it over. Is there anybody else in support or opposition with their hand raised?
We have no other hands raised online.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to city staff to present the case.
Okay. All right, so as was mentioned, this is a special use permit for 2050 West Penway. This is the subject location. It's on the west side of the city. You can see that the property consists of 4 lots, and this encompasses the entire Tony Aguirre Community Center. The request is for an amendment to the SUP to allow for an outdoor pool and then 2 small building additions that are highlighted in the red circles. This is an overview of the entire site showing the various access points and parking spaces. This is all in compliance with the requirements in the code. And then again, I've just highlighted the location of the pool. As you can see from this slide as well, the front lot line of this property is along West Penway, and West Penway is an established boulevard. And so just an up close of the design, there's the play areas and then the pool, and of course that maintenance building over here and here as well. The applicant revised their landscaping plan prior to CPC to ensure that they meet all of the requirements and they're not required to get a variance for landscaping standards. The additions will match the existing building, and you can see that they're highlighted here. So the approval criteria for a special use permit, criteria A, if it complies with all applicable standards of the code. It does not, so the applicant is seeking 2 variance requests and 1 special exception, and I'll go down just a little bit if I can. So the first one is the location of the swimming pool. Since the West Penway side of the property is the front yard, this proposal does not meet that requirement, and so the request is a complete deviation of this section of code. It is in the front yard, and as it's written, swimming pools are only allowed in the side or rear yard. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by anything other than a variance because the proposed location of the swimming pool allows for a direct connection to the existing structure, and it's also one of the last unused and flat locations on the property. Variance B is a variance to the location requirements for a fence extending beyond the front building line. Again, West Penway is that front yard, and the outdoor pool is in the front yard. There is a proposed fence that will surround the entire pool deck. And so since the pool is in the front yard, so is the fence. And as we mentioned in variance A, the difficulty cannot be obviated because they would have to move the location of the pool in order to obviate that requirement. And then special exception request A is for a fence height requirement for a fence over 48 inches on a residentially zoned property. The proposed fence that surrounds the pool is 6 feet tall, and this chapter allows for a 48-inch fence in the front yard. So the applicant is requesting a special exception of 2 feet. This difficulty can be obviated by a change in design. However, the 6-foot fence does provide additional security for the users of the pool and is typical for this kind of proposal. And then criteria B and D, I just highlighted, it does comply with all of them, but B and D, there was a pool here before. That pool shut down, I believe in 2008, maybe. And so this is bringing back the outdoor pool to the community. The operating characteristics and the hours of operation are similar to what you would find in the community center. And then these are just some views of the property. And this highlights the area where the pool will be. And with that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for city staff? I can maybe ask that. Oh, go for it.
Very Chairwoman, I'm going to need to recuse myself on this since I'm on the Parks Board.
Okay. So then we need to get the applicant to agree to proceed with only 4 board members. So if you're
I
recusing-
agree.
Okay, I'll ask you to step back then. So this question may be for the applicant or city staff, but the fence that we're looking at that's 6 foot tall, do you know if that is opaque or if that is translucent?
So it'll be a wrought iron fence.
Okay.
There were 2 options at the beginning, so there is a condition in there if they do decide to go with a different material that they get a variance for that, but the wrought iron does comply with the boulevard standards as well.
Perfect, thank you. There are no other questions for city staff. I will turn it over to the applicant. Why should we approve your request today?
Good morning. I'll speak on behalf of Scott and myself. As Ms. Shamby referenced, this pool addition is being provided by the Parks Department for the West Side neighborhood. They lost their outdoor pool a number of years ago, and they're eager to have that amenity back for their community. The plan that's in front of you is a result of a 2 to 3 year planning process that was conducted by Parks Department, which determined that adding the outdoor pool to the Tony Aguirre Community Center is the most beneficial location for the community and for the city, in effort to provide that service to the community. In this location, the outdoor pool does operate in conjunction with the rec center and an existing indoor pool that's located at that center. So with that, we are excited to, we appreciate being in front of you and are excited for this opportunity for the project.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant team? If not, I would entertain a motion. I guess one more question. Do you have any issues with the conditions that were put forth by the city and or CPC?
We do not.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion. On docket item 5, case CD SUP 2025-1, I move that we approve the special use permit in accordance with site plan staff report and the conditions therein.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Gorens,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
McStorf.
Aye. Your request has been granted. Good luck with your project.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you very much for your time.
You want to call the next case and have somebody grab Mr. Meyer?
Docket item number 6 is case CD BZA 2024-133, a request to approve a variance to the features allowed to encroach into the front setback, plus any other needed variances and special exceptions on about 0.092 acres generally located at 29 East 32nd Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the podium to be sworn in or raise your hand online. We do not have any hands raised online.
Thank you. Hello. Can I please have you raise your right
Hi.
hand?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Chris Danderand, and I live at 2921 Gillum Road.
You. And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case today?
I have.
And do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 12?
I do not.
Perfect. Exhibits 1 through 12 are now admitted. And we'll turn it over to the staff planner to present the case.
All right. Great, we got docket item number 6, CD BCA 2024-133, located on 29 East 32nd Street, zone R-1.5. And the applicant is seeking approval for multiple variances to permit a balcony to encroach on the front setback and the side setback variance, plus a special exception to allow a taller fence in the front and rear yard. All right, so the subject site is located right over here. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And this is what the site looks like right now. It is vacant. And there's some case history for you guys. So if this location seems familiar, that's because this came before the board on October 9th. So there were a couple variances for the front setback and the side setback that were approved by the BZA. So now, during the building permitting process, when staff was reviewing the plans, there we caught that the balcony is encroaching on the permitted front setback. And so the applicant is back to get a variance for that, but also they do need additional variances just to meet building code requirements, and they also need the special exception, so it works out. So to clarify, you will not be reviewing the old variances, only the new ones. So we got variance request A, and this is a variance to the features allowed to encroach on the front setback to permit a balcony to extend 6 feet and 5 inches into the front setback per approved site plan. So balconies cannot encroach on the front setback at all. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The proposed balcony does not encroach further than the porches of the adjacent houses. And the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. However, the proposed balcony size is meant to be wheelchair accessible. And after I'm done with my presentation, I'll let the applicant expand on that. And this is just our table showing what features can encroach on the setback. So balconies is a no on the front. And this is the balcony in question. So this was the previously approved plan, and this was where the balcony was. And so now we got the new site plan, and I zoomed in. Yeah, so this is the approved setback here, 24 feet, and then I highlighted in yellow where the balcony is projecting. And then the red line was the approved setback from last year. Variance request B is a variance of 1 foot to the infill lot and building standards to permit a side setback of 3 feet to both sides of the building on the subject site per approved site plan. So the requirement is 4 feet. And sorry, this should have been 1 foot. And a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since many of the neighboring homes were built with small side setbacks. The difficulty cannot be obviated through a change in design due to the narrow lot width and proposed ADA design. And then to expand on that, I think I have. So previously it was a 2-foot setback that was approved, but per fire code, any walls less than 3 feet from the property line cannot have any openings. So the applicant is pushing it back, but also just gonna have 3 feet on each side. So then this is the new site plan. We got 3 feet and 3 feet. So now we go to special exceptions. Special exception A is the exception of 2 feet to permit a 6-foot fence in the front yard on the subject site. The requirement is 4 feet. Change the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So the neighboring house to the west seems to have a fence taller than 4 feet in the front yard. But to staff's knowledge, it did not receive a special exception. It looks like it did get a variance in the past for an accessory structure, but we cannot find the staff report detailing if it included a fence in there as well. So we're not sure if that was approved by the board. And the difficulty could be obviated through a change in the sign. So this is the front yard fence. And this is what it will look like. And then I zoomed in so you can see it's going to be a wrought iron fence. And then this is the house to the west of it. And then special exception B, this is the last one, is a special exception of 2 feet to permit an 8-foot fence in the rear yard on the subject site. So the requirement is 6 feet. Change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. So the neighboring house to the east seems to have a fence taller than 6 feet in the rear yard, and to staff's knowledge, it did not receive a special exception. However, the abutting use and zoning district to the south of the house is commercial, so it would not impact any residential dwellings. The difficulty could be obviated through a change in design. However, the purpose of the proposed fence height is to decrease noise level from the liquor store behind the subject site and improve privacy. So the fence will be back here. And this is a rendering of it. And then this image you saw earlier, but just putting it here again. So here is the subject site, and then this is this area is all commercially zoned, and this is the liquor store. And that concludes the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Stephanie? Not, we'll turn over to applicant. Why should we approve your request today?
First, I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak to you all, and thank you to Stephanie for being so easy to work with on this. We've been working on it for a couple months with the prior application. You understand I was back here, or I was here in front of you back in the fall. And then now we're back because my understanding is essentially we thought we had everything covered in that prior hearing, and all of the things that we've discussed here. Well, the fence is a little bit different. It came up later, but the balcony and the setback variance were things that we would have brought up at the time had we known. But once we got to actual permitting, we kind of ran into these little speed bumps. So this is really our attempt to kind of conform to what we would have intended to do in the past when I was here talking to you about this new home that we're building on an empty lot that's been vacant for a number of years. And the primary reason we were in front of you initially was because the plan put together by our architect includes an elevator that is going to allow the entire house to be ADA accessible for family members of mine. And under his plans, they just have a larger footprint when you're including something like that. And so we needed, I think it was 2 extra feet that we were asking for. And the 2 extra feet that we asked for placed us 2 feet from the west. And when we went for permitting, they told us you can't have windows on that side of the house. So what we're trying to do is just shift the entire footprint 1 foot to the east. It's not going to look any different from the street. It's not going to impact anybody any differently. And I have good relationships with both of the neighbors. I think Ms. Saldari will tell you, she got a call from Brendan, who is the woman who lives in the house to the east yesterday, connected with me, and I talked to her. She's excited and happy about this going forward and doesn't have any issues with it. And so I guess I started a little bit out of order there, but to address the setback shift, it's really just pushing the building 1 foot to the east so that we can have windows on that side and maintain the same footprint that we had discussed last time that's necessary in order to implement the ADA accessibility in both the bathroom on the ground floor and for the elevator. The second variance also would have been requested last time, but I think we either didn't send quite the right plat map or layout, and so that balcony didn't show up. in that conversation. It's not something that came up new that now I'm back asking for it to be pushed out further. That balcony doesn't go out any further than, it's a 6.5-foot request on the setback. It doesn't go out any further than any of the neighbors' porches. So if you were to stand and look straight down the line, it's not like we're going to be sticking out in the front. It's just that our front outdoor space is on the second floor instead of everyone else's is essentially on that first floor. So we don't have a first floor porch or patio. That's the purpose of that request. On the two special exceptions, the back one I think is quick and easy to cover. We're requesting the ability to put an 8-foot, is that what it is? We're asking for 8? That's right, 8 feet, because that's what the neighbor to our east has. It's a cinder block wall back there that stops the noise from Linwood, which is a fast-moving street that has a liquor store, the Chinese restaurant, and then the weed shop. And there's just a lot of cars, a lot of people on the backside of that. And that is the liquor store that I think has been in front of you all recently, asking for variances on, I think, extending that building out and doing a lot of different work and things like that. So we'd just like to be able to have that center block wall go up 8 feet to be level with Brendan's on the east, and then be level with the neighbors on the west who have a detached garage back there. The front request is a wrought iron, allowing us to build the wrought iron fence up to the same height that the neighbors to the west are. So if we're not granted the special exception here, the fence on the 3 properties will start at 8 feet and then, or start at 6 feet and then go down to 4 feet and then go down to about 2.5 feet, which is what the woman on the east of us has. We're trying to essentially mirror what the gentlemen to the west of us have done in fencing off both their empty lot that is attached to, they've combined 2 lots, and then the lot where their home is. We just want to keep it going across so it looks clean and similar, and I think it looks good.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
The variance request, I mean, not the variance request, special exception A on the fence height in the front yard for 2 feet. I'm looking at the staff report and I see some plans and I see 2 conflicting heights. On one part of the site plan, I see marked in blue, it says 6'6". And then later in the plan, it says on the elevations, it says 6 foot. So just some clarity on the height of the variance that we would need to, I mean, not variance, special exceptions we would need to approve.
I think unless you would, I think ideally it would be a 6'6" allowance, just so that I don't know whether there's been any sinking on the one next to us. The idea is just to continue it straight across. And the neighbors to the west, it might be 6'2" or 6'1", or I think the actual gate that opens maybe has some spikes that go up a little bit, that kind of thing. But the idea is that I think if you give us 6'6", we'll be able to just make it a clean line across there, no matter what we end up doing. Thanks.
I walk this area often, so I'm very familiar with this location. Of all the items listed here, I think special exception A, the 6 foot in the front yard, is the one that concerns me the most. I understand the desire to align with the neighbor, but I think it's a little white fence maybe that you're talking to the east, or maybe, or it's a really short one. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I understand, you don't want a step down towards that either. But I just get concerned when we start adding tall fences to the front yard, especially if it's over 6 feet. Again, if it's just to align, I think I just personally don't try to pursue that when possible. But for special exception B in the backyard, I think some of the neighboring lots may have even taller than 8 feet.
Yes.
If anybody goes to Costco, you'll see the one with the doors in particular that would be along your back line there. So I don't think that is an unreasonable request in relation to the other neighboring properties. I don't think I need to provide my thought. I can just say that I am generally not in favor of a 6-foot tall front yard fence.
And just for clarification, it is a wrought iron fence that would match the folks next to it.
Yes. Which that definitely, that helps. So you can actually have some transparency.
Right.
Did we have any public testimony? I don't recall.
I think she said no hands were raised.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I know it's not evidence, but I did talk to Brendan Smith in the house to the east of us last night, and she's supportive and happy and said she's ready for us to start digging a hole. So
Board members, other question or a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion. Uh, Docket item 6, KCD BZA 2024-133. I move that we grant the requested variances and the special exceptions in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
McStorf.
Aye, your project is approved.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
for your time.
Do we know, it is normally time for our lunch break. Do we know if the lunch is back there?
Yes,
It is.
it is.
Okay. Since we did not do a morning break since we started earlier, what case are you here for? The next one. Board members, would you be, you said number, said 7 or 8, sir?
Looking forward to it.
Your address 10404 North Main?
Docket that I have or a copy it is.
PIN number?
158, okay.
Docket item 8.
Number 8, okay. We might make you wait, sir, and have our lunch if you were just the next one in order. Because we still have number 7 before you there. Yep, we just wrapped up number 6. So with that, I think we'll take our 30-minute break and be back here. It is 12:06, so back here at 12:36.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you for the warning.
It didn't.
Your award ceremony music can start again. All right, are we ready to begin again?
Yes.
All right, do you want to call the next case, Sarah?
This is docket item number 7, case CD BZA 2025-15, a request to approve a variance to the accessory structure standards to permit the size of the existing carport in the side yard, plus any other needed variances in an R10 zoning district on about 0.34 acres, generally located at 10404 North Main Street. We have the applicant online. I'm going to promote Talina Nelson to panelist. Any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in or raise your hand online. We don't have any other hands raised online.
I see Miss Nelson. If you can raise your right hand, Miss Nelson. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? If so, please state I do, your full name and address for the court reporter.
I do. Talina Nelson, 10404 North Main Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64155.
Thank you. And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 9 for the board's consideration?
No issues.
Perfect. Exhibits 1 through 9 are now admitted, and we'll turn it over to the staff planner presenting the case.
All right. So we have docket item number 7, CDBCA 2025-15, located on 10404 North Main Street, Zone R-10, and the applicant is seeking approval of several variances regarding the accessory structure standards and residential vehicular standards to absolve an existing zoning violation. All right, so the subject site is located in the northern part of Kansas City. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. So we will be talking about the expanded driveway and this carport. And this is what the site looks like. And these are pictures of the driveway and the carport. So some background. So there is an open zoning compliance violation case regarding the accessory structure that does not meet the setback requirements, and also the front yard paving possibly exceeding 40%. So I'll have the applicant talk more about this when it's her turn, but she bought this house with the carport and the driveway expansion already in place that was done by the previous owner. So variance request A is a variance of 2% to the residential vehicular standards to permit an impervious surface coverage of 42% on the subject site. So this is a 5.5% increase. The requirement is 40 feet. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The other nearby houses seem to have conforming driveways. The 40% limit requirement is meant to keep the aesthetic of the neighborhood and reduce stormwater runoff. So even though this was not the current owner's fault, that 2% extra could be taken out to meet the requirement without needing a variance. And again, so I should have included a before picture from Parcel Viewer, but the driveway did not expand all the way over here. It seems to be only to the house, and then it was expanded to be able to go towards the carport. Variance request B is a variance of 600 square feet to the accessory structure standards to permit a carport of 800 square feet on the subject site. So this is a 300% increase. The requirement is 200 square feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So to staff's knowledge, the nearby houses do not have large accessory structures that exceed the requirement. The carport can be connected to the primary structure to meet the requirements and avoid obtaining a variance. And this option could have been presented had the predecessor submitted a building permit. And if attached, it will still meet like the house setback, so it wouldn't make more variances by attaching it. Variance request C, a variance of 5 feet to the accessory structure standards to permit a height of 15 feet for an existing carport on the subject site. The requirement is 10 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. To staff's knowledge, the nearby houses do not have large accessory structures that exceed the requirement. So again, this carport was put in place by the previous owner. There's no feasible way to lower the height without replacing the whole structure. Unless it's connected to the house, then it's fine. And so here's the height. So it's 20 feet wide, 15 feet tall. Variance request D is a variance of 3 feet to the accessory structure standards to permit a separation of 7 feet between the house and the carport on the subject site. So the requirement is 10 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So again, to staff's knowledge, the nearby houses do not have accessory structures less than 10 feet from the house. And again, the carport could be connected to the primary structure to meet the requirements and avoid a variance. And again, connecting the carport would be compliant. It would just become part of the house and it would meet the house's setbacks. And so here is the site plan again. So it is 5.5 feet from the property line, and that is fine, but it's 7 feet from the house. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for city staff?
I have one. What do you mean by attaching it to the house?
So the carport, the property owner could get an architect or any design professional to just figure out a way to attach the carport to the house that aligns with building code, and then it would just become part of the house. It could be some kind of short breezeway or something like that.
It looks like it had an electric pipe connected going out to it. Excuse me. That's a connection.
That would not. It has to be a structural.
And does it have to have a doorway access to be considered connected, or just physically touching?
It just has to be physically touching. You're welcome.
There are no other questions for city staff at this time. I will turn it over to Ms. Nelson. Why should we approve your request today?
Hello, thank you. To remove both the carport or the driveway would create a hardship for me. Both items were there when I purchased the home and just really are not feasible to remove part of a driveway or the carport. And I do have verbal support. They weren't able to make it today, but from the neighbors on the north and south side of my property.
And Ms. Nelson, when did you purchase this property?
March of 2024.
Do you have any idea when this was built based on any neighbors' testimony or any previous imagery?
Looking at the history on your all's site, it doesn't appear that it was there. I think it was at least there 2 years before I moved in, if I recall correctly. The images before that I couldn't pull up.
Would you like me to pull up Parcel Viewer to show the history?
And I do also have the testimony or a letter from my real estate agent that's signed and notarized confirming that it was there when I purchased the home.
I don't need additional imagery from further back unless others do.
No.
Yep. But thank you for that approximate timeline. I guess city staff, I assume this is a 311 code violation is how this came to be.
Yeah, it looks like there was an anonymous report.
Okay.
To 311, yes.
Do you have a homeowner association?
I do not.
I think variance A is very reasonable. Kind of silly to have her tear out 5% of the driveway. B and D, I think, are somewhat reasonable. B is the hairiest one from what I can see. The resolution would in theory be to attach, I mean, to maintain the size would be to attach to the building, but I don't know, as my as one board member, I think I'd be willing to grant the variances.
I agree with that. It's, I mean, 300% is a very large variance, but it's like this when you purchase the home, and
So with that, I would entertain a motion.
Sure. Docket item 7, KCD BZA 2025-15. I move that we grant the requested variances in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
second.
I have a second. Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Opposed. Your request has been granted.
Thank you.
Sarah, want to call the next case?
Docket item number 8 is case CD BZA 2024-158, a request to approve a variance to the floor area limits for industrial establishments and required parking to permit a self-storage warehouse on the subject site on about 2 acres, generally located about 600 feet north of Northwest 64th Street along North Chatham Avenue, plus any additional variances. Our applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online. There are no hands raised.
Good afternoon. If I can have you both raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? If so, please state I do, your name, and the address for the court reporter.
I do. Jacob Hodson with Olson at 1301 Burlington Street in North Kansas City.
I do. Peter Gregory with the development team, address of 2727 South Bell Highway, St. Joseph, Missouri, 64503.
And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
I have.
Do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 12 for the board's review?
No, I do not.
Perfect. Exhibits 1 through 12 are now admitted, and we'll turn it over to the staff planner to present the case.
Okay. Now we are talking about case CD BZA 2024-158, and the applicant is seeking a variance, 2 variances actually now, one of them to the floor area limits for industrial establishments within a B4 zoned district. As the property is located in the northern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, more specifically towards Parkville. And this is a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. It is off of Chatham Avenue. And there's a Hy-Vee near the intersection of the highway right there. And it was zoned B3-2 the last time we heard this case. The variance in question is related to the section of code 88-120-06, where it specifically says that for an industrial use in a B zoning district, the B4 zoning district, they are limited to the size that the building can be. Intergov records, they don't tell me that the BZA has reviewed specifically this type of variance for industrial within a B4 district. However, the BZA has seen the commercial limitations for a commercial district, like for example, a grocery store. Some more details that we discussed at the last hearing was identifying the use. It's self-storage warehouse. This is where you go to store your warehousing individual, items within like a pod or a U-Haul building. The proposal is roughly 112,000 square feet. And the BZA, we talked about if they were going to consider this type of variance, then the applicant would pursue the rezoning and development plan. The BZA was okay with that. So they pursued the rezoning and development plan, which were approved by City Council last week. So the site is now zoned B4. At the last meeting, I also went into the review criteria, being the hardship standard, which talks about the strict application for the zoning development code, and if that presents any unnecessary hardships for the property owner, where it does not pose those difficulties in other areas. We discussed how there is a conflict between how modern self-storage operators want to operate and where they want to locate and how the code regulates them. They are classified, as an industrial use. So it would be interesting, moving forward, if as a city, we're reconsidering how this use, is identified in our zoning and development code. But some things we would consider at a later date, considering the modern application of this use, we're thinking about traffic. Is that industrial, commercial in nature, perceptions of the use, aesthetics, and relationships to other uses, which is why I personally perceive it to be in the industrial category right now. A review criteria B, which talks about if the zoning variance request is consistent with the purposes of the zoning and development code. So why does this section of code exist? I mentioned how the BZA, I do not believe, has received a variance like this before, but we have processed variance requests when it comes to floor area limitations for commercial uses in a commercial district. You're actually going to hear a case about that after mine. But the code exists specifically to limit that size because it's deemed, certain types of uses, that intensity of use needs to be controlled in those zoning districts. So you do that by limiting the size of the building. I did some peer review of other cities to see if they also categorize this type of use similarly. And I came up with, yes, that as of right now, these peer cities do. Denver identifies them as mini storage, which is an industrial use. Jefferson City identifies it as a self-service storage. It is identified as a commercial use, but only permitted in industrial districts, which is interesting. And then Lee Summit identifies this use as a mini warehouse facility that would require a special use permit with certain design standards. And then the last review criteria is whether or not substantial justice will be done, considering both the public benefits secured by upholding the zoning development code or the difficulties or hardship for the property owner if the variance is denied. So the public benefits that would be secured by the zoning and development code, if that's upheld, is considering like views from the highway. This is roughly around 600 feet from a residential zone property, and the potential need for this use in the area. So you're looking at all of those things that's what restricting the size of the building would do. You have to consider all of those points. And the property owner's hardship from the statement of practical difficulty, implies financial hardship because again, how modern storage facilities operate now and what they need caused by the size restriction, and then some deed or lease retail restrictions that are also tied to the property. So the first variance is variance A, a variance to the floor area limitations for an industrial establishment within a B4 district to permit a structure that exceeds 25,000 square feet. This is a 351 increase from the requirement, and a change of character to the neighborhood is anticipated, and that would only occur because a smaller building would be less impactful regardless of the use. Per the zoning and development code, self-storage is an industrial use. There are large commercial buildings in the immediate area. However, there are no large industrial buildings, as viewed through the lens of the zoning and development code. And if this could be obviated through some other means, and a change in design could obviate the need for the variance. Through the development plan review process, another variance was identified, and that was to parking. So while we're here looking at the variance for the size of the building, they're also requesting a variance to the amount of parking. What is required is 15 spots, and they are proposing 9. So it's a 38% decrease. So it's roughly 6 spots. A substantial character to change to the neighborhood is not anticipated. This is because parking demands for self-storage from like a planning perspective, they don't have very predictable peak activity hours. You're thinking like, oh, I'm moving my stuff into a self-storage space. That could be 2 p.m. for me. That could be, 5 p.m. for Vice Chair Mixdorf. So it just ranges. And the 9 parking spaces that they're providing do have the potential to provide adequate parking for this particular use at this location. Could this request be obviated by some other means? A change in design, for example, building all 15 parking spaces would obviate the need for the variance. And that concludes my overview of the variances request. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Board members, questions for Anna?
You're not planning on putting a 6-foot fence around it, are you?
No,
From the building, no. And this is in a shopping center,
correct.
retail.
Yes. Yep.
You're in the front of it then?
No. The grocery stores in the front of it, and then there's some strip retail that borders the road. So it's kind of behind everything.
And page 5 of
Diminish.
the staff report shows the surrounding uses.
I could show a more zoomed out image as well if you need.
No other questions for staff at this time. We'll turn over to the applicant. Why should we approve your request today?
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman and members of the board for hearing our case today. I was in front of this board on November 13th to present this prior to submitting a development plan. And at that time, the board was amenable to the variance, but they wanted us to proceed through the CPC and City Council. I think the board understood that a modern self-storage unit is not an industrial use. I mean, they're clean. They do not manufacture anything. There's no heavy vehicle traffic. And I do know that staff is currently looking into a revision of that code to pull that out of an industrial use. But unfortunately, by the time we've gotten through our planning development plan, that code has not been revised. So we're in front of you today to ask for that variance. The second variance is a reduction of parking by that 6 parking spaces. While we were going through design development, we found that in order to make a hammerhead turnaround for a fire truck and have, health safety issues, that we needed to sacrifice those 6 stalls. And so instead of, the conflict of, fire safety and parking, we opted for having fire access, removing the 6 stalls, and then adding that variance request for the reduction of parking to our request. The owners and developers understand they have a couple of other projects in this area that are self-storage of this size, and they know that that reduction of parking is not going to affect their traffic flow. So we're asking for those 2 variances, one for this gross area square limit of building footage and a B4 zoning, and for the 6 parking spaces. I welcome any questions that staff or that the board may have.
So this may just be an older drawing. I didn't look at the date on it, but it looks like there's 13 parking spots currently shown. Is that previously before the
That was
request or-
before
okay.
we went through the development plan. We did a lot of, additional engineering and honing the site plan up to do that. So,
Yeah, I think we added a bike rack, for example, which
Yeah.
was a request the city had,
Okay.
worked on for alternate
and I
transportation.
did, if you want to see that, I did send Anna the approved development plan. So you can see what is actually we're asking for today.
I don't need to see that. I understand the reduction unless other board members would like to see it. Okay.
And I would say we own and operate about 5 similarly sized self-storage facilities in Northwest Missouri and Kansas, and they range anywhere from 3 parking spaces to about probably 8 at the most, maybe dedicated for that use. So just we've been in the business since the late 90s and have operated stores, and so based on our experience, that provides a good customer experience.
And the customer park by their unit?
So for a few of the units, but they don't park long term. Of course, there's no parking, so to say, or storage parking, if you will, on the development plan. But there's a loading zone that people would pull up to, and then load and unload, short period of time and then leave the property. But that's not included in the designated parking area spaces, right? So we have a loading zone in addition to the parking.
Like a U-Haul for the loading zone?
Yep. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Board members have other questions for city staff or the applicant? Not, I would entertain a motion.
Eight. 152.
Or 158?
I'm sorry, 158. I sit there and saw that though. To approve the site plan and staff report with the coordinates to the city and
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second. Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye. Your project is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Sarah, please call the next docket item.
Docket item number 9 is case CD BZA 2025-14, a request to approve a variance to the floor area limits for commercial establishments to expand the floor area of an existing building, plus any other needed variances in a B2-2 zoning district on about 5.38 acres, generally located at 9550 Blue Ridge Boulevard. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who's interested in speaking on this case, please raise your hand to be promoted to panelist. I'm promoting Adam Bendrick and Elliot Lawn. And Brian from Gastinger Walker. Please turn on your cameras and microphones.
Mr. Lon, Mr. Brendrick, and Brian. All right, if I can have you all raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? If so, please state I do and your full name and address for the court reporter.
I do, and full name is Adam Mendrick, and I'm with Kimley Horn on 800 Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
I do. My name is Elliot Lane, and I'm at 1555 Northeast Rice Road in Lee Summit.
Thank you.
I do. My name is Brian Bolton. I'm with Gastinger Walker Architects. 817 Wyandotte, Kansas City, Missouri, 64105.
Perfect. And who will be speaking on this case?
I believe we'll all three be speaking,
Okay.
but I'll kick us off when that's time.
Perfect. And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
Yes.
Do you have any issues with me admitting exhibits 1 through 9?
No, we do not.
So exhibits 1 through 9 are now admitted, and we'll turn it over to the staff planner presenting the case. I may ask if you're not speaking to mute. We do hear a little background noise from one of the microphones. Thank you.
Hello again. So I have docket item number 9, CDBCA 2025-14, located on 9550 Blue Ridge Boulevard, Zone B2-2. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to an existing non-conforming building to expand the floor area limits for a commercial use, which is office and medical. So this is very similar to the case we just heard. So the subject site is located south of Raytown. And highlighted in yellow is the site. So there is an existing building. It is accessed through Blue Ridge and Bannister Road. And then there are some residential uses on the perimeter. And this is what the site looks like right now. And another picture of what the site looks like. And so this is the site plan. And so I will explain here in a bit what the variance will be, but I believe the next one is, zoomed in. So the applicant is seeking to expand the non-conforming building. So there is a proposed drop-off area, and then the green over here is an expansion to have the facade they want. And these are some of the renderings. There are more in the staff report, but I chose a few for the PowerPoint. So this would be where the green part is. And this drop-off area here is where the purple highlight area is on the site plan. So again, this is the pickup. So some background. So this is an existing legal non-conforming structure. And commercial establishments in the B2 districts cannot have a gross floor area over 25,000 square feet. The existing building is 50,117 gross square feet. The proposed expansion of 3,250 square feet brings the building out of legal nonconformity and triggers the variance in this case. So the total size would be 53,367 gross square feet. So our variance request for today is a variance to the floor area limits in the commercial establishments in the B2-2 zoning districts to permit the expansion of an existing structure to exceed 25,000 square feet on the subject site. So this would be in a 113.5% increase. Again, the requirement is 25,000. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated because the existing building already supersedes that floor area limit, and the applicant is proposing the additional 3,250 gross square foot expansion. However, it is not a significant expansion, and it will be situated on the side of the building that is opposite of the existing houses that are abutting the building, so it will not bring the building closer to the houses, and it will not affect them. The difficulty could be obviated through a change in design, as the expansion is the organization's design preference. And again, to reiterate, so the expansion will go on the north side and the east side, and then the houses are on the west and south side of the building, so it'll be opposite of them. And that concludes my presentation.
You. Board members, questions for Stephanie? We'll turn it over to the applicant. Why should we approve your request today?
Awesome. Yeah, no, first I'd like to thank Stephanie for the presentation and for the board for hearing our case today. Just to kind of reintroduce ourselves, and my name's Adam, and I'm a member of the design team for this Rediscover development. I think it said on the agenda that it's owned by Hen House, but it is owned by Rediscover. And then I'm joined by Elliot, who's the director of physical infrastructure with Rediscover, and then Brian, who's the project's architect with Gastinger Walker. So just to give you some background on what Rediscover is, it's a nonprofit community mental health center, and they provide comprehensive programs and services for adults, families, and children whose lives have been affected by mental illness and or substance use. So they help a broad range of individuals, including those with limited financial means or without insurance. So the proposed facility will repurpose the existing empty building, which was previously a grocery store. I believe it's been sitting empty for several years, and it'll repurpose it into a mental health center. So the overall redevelopment will greatly improve the look and functionality of the property. And then the requested building square foot variance will allow Rediscover to kind of better suit this existing building to their service needs, as well as improve the overall look of the structure for the surrounding community. So I'll hand it over to Elliot here to kind of go into more detail on Rediscover's operations and how the addition of a covered drop-off and those front building expansions are important to Rediscover's mission at this new facility.
Great, thank you. So my name is Elliot Lane. I am the Director of Physical Infrastructure with Rediscover. We are a certified community behavioral health organization within the state of Missouri, and we work closely with Missouri, the state of Missouri, the city of Kansas City, the county of Jackson County, to provide behavioral and substance use disorder care for primarily underinsured or uninsured residents of Jackson County. This location, we're very excited about it. This location is a pretty substantial expansion for us into this part of town. We currently have locations on Bannister, a little bit further down towards 435. We have a location in Raytown, and then we have another location just up Blue Ridge, 5 minutes. And so this would allow us to create kind of a central hub in that area to provide services out of. We're like a lot of organizations that offer behavioral health services. We're growing. The need for our services continues to grow. The demand on our services continues to grow. And so this location would allow us to alleviate some of the growth pains we're experiencing at the three kind of hub sites that we have in that area. We would relocate several of our programs here. So this would primarily house our crisis services. Rediscover provides about 32% of all crisis behavioral health services in the state of Missouri. So those crisis services would hub out of this location. And then the secondary primary use would be our adult and family services. So just kind of adult and family therapy services would be provided. Because of the clients we serve, we interact pretty heavily with our emergency services partners, both the fire, EMS, and law enforcement. And so the addition on the north side of the building is really a way to kind of service those individuals. So that covered parking, drive-up parking on the north side of the building is really to provide ambulatory and law enforcement a safe, covered, accessible parking space that they can easily get in and out of the building to provide whatever services may need to be provided. Sometimes it's picking a client up, sometimes it's dropping a client off. We wanted to provide that kind of side access for them, that covered access for them. And so that's really the purpose behind that. The addition on what would be the east side of the building would really just allow us to create kind of a larger waiting area for our clients. One thing, if you've ever been into behavioral health spaces, giving folks room to spread out is pretty important to their mental health. When we get crowded and congested, it creates more issues for people that may already be in crisis. Because of the way the interior of the building is designed, the precast structure, we had two options. We could either go out just a little bit, or we could kind of reinvent inward. Reinventing inward was just problematic from a design standpoint, from an internal design standpoint. It also didn't allow us or wouldn't allow us to create kind of a reinvented facade on what is currently a grocery store. We really have a desire here to create a statement building for this community. That intersection at Bannister and Blue Ridge isn't the most desirable location at the moment, and we would like to be kind of a flagship member of seeing that intersection, that area redeveloped and revitalized. With that, I will hand it back over.
Thank you.
Awesome. Brian, did you want to add anything?
No, respectfully of their time, you guys did a great summary of what I was going to throw out and offer up as reasons for why we're doing this facility for Rediscovered. So good job, Elliot and Adam. Thanks.
I will just note a thanks to the design team for submitting the before photos or the current conditions. It's very helpful for this board to see what is existing, and oftentimes we do not get that from our applicants. So thank you for including that in your submission.
You're very welcome. We just wanted to kind of share and express kind of the current condition and some just general background that Elliot didn't share. Everything that was in that building had been ripped out over time and really became an urban blight issue. So having an understanding of what was and what could be, I think really helps you guys have a better understanding of where we're trying to go. And also understanding that, you know, originally the building was within compliance and zoning had kind of been updated and changed, right? So now we're going from a grocery store to, like we said, an office and commercial use. So we just appreciate your time.
Board members, other questions for the applicant or city staff? I guess, was there nobody else was online, correct?
We had no other hands raised online.
Okay. And there's nobody in the room.
I think this is a terrific example of adaptive reuse. I'm excited to see a blighted building get turned around. So thanks for what you do. We'll make a motion.
Perfect.
On docket item 9, case number 14, I recommend that we approve the applicant's variance request in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye. Your request has been granted. Good luck with the project.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
And I believe that is our last case for the day.
It is.
All right.
While I still have you as a captive audience, remember we did send you all a survey or comments about staff reports.
Yeah, I was going to withhold lunch if